Is gone. Oh, N-E-O-O-M-G-G, this girl, you're the one for me. Though your man's bigger than I am, all my days he disagrees. Oh, speeches. Ain't shady, baby, I'm hot like a prodigal son. Pick up like a little meeny, money, moving flower, you're the chosen one. Well, you're left-hand street. Well, my left-hand street. Well, my left-hand street. Well, my left-hand street. Well, my left-hand street.
You're listening to Sportscall on Tiger 93.9, WTGZ in Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP LaGrange.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to...
Yeah, we fixed that. What happened? I got no sound.
I heard it somewhere.
Sports Call. Call in now at 887-3401 locally or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free. And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains, Sports Call.
Hello, everyone, and welcome into another edition of Sports Call. My name is Andy Graham, alongside my partner, Brett Pritchard, and welcoming in a third partner today, Anthony Turling. Anthony's a good friend of ours, going to be filling in for us on occasion. Wanted to bring him in today and introduce him to everybody. Sports Call, of course, is brought to you by Always Money. Always Money offers title loans, cash advance loans, Western Union services, and they buy your gold. Visit one of their many convenient locations or visit them on the web at alwaysmoney.com. Always Money. Easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. We'll be with you for the next 2 hours taking your phone calls and discussing everything relevant in the world of sports. Be sure to give us a call at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. Guys, a lot going on. The NCAA comes out with a settlement with the concussion protocol, talking about creating a trust of $70 million. But did they go far enough? There's more talk about the Ray Rice, the penalty or lack thereof, the 2-game suspension. We'll touch on that later on. The Big Ten started their media day. I'm sorry, wait. I just dozed off there.
You need to wake up.
The Big Ten actually had their media days today. And a shout-out to one of my old college buddies, Rusty Hall, who actually made SBNation.com a story on there. He was in Chicago on business. An Auburn fan showed up to Big Ten media days. Apparently there were 2 that showed up. And him and a Michigan fan. And they did a story on it. So old college buddy of mine, a shout-out to Rusty Hall. But we'll begin today, and, this is an Auburn show. Let's talk about Auburn. Practice begins Friday. Can you believe that? The players report Thursday, which that used to be a big deal. Now, everybody's on campus. They've been on campus. A lot of guys went through the spring.
It's not the same that it used to be, but it is as far as the anticipation of waiting it. But if you walk outside and you feel the weather today, it feels like football season. There's a little nip in the air, a little coolness. Earlier this morning.
Did you say there's a nip in the air?
Yeah, it was 60 degrees this morning. Obviously, you weren't up this morning.
No, I was
when
not.
I wasn't. So when I was,
snoozing.
so yeah, he was still hunkered down in the bed. So, but actually, I guess what they call this second polar vortex that has come down in the month of July has cooled things off. I mean, but you can tell that there's not as much humidity outside. It still gets up into the upper 80s, low 90s, but without the humidity. So I guess that's kind of what I was alluding to, Andy. But yeah, it's here, and it's kind of flown by. It just seems like yesterday we were at Media Days. It's been a couple of weeks ago now. Things kind of vamp up and ramp up as far as their pace when we get Media Days rolling. And we're glad to have Anthony on board with us now. And Andy, with all of our schedules coming up in football season, it's good to have a lot of people that we can rely on for this show, for broadcast, because we're tied in with HSAA, and we do a lot of single high school broadcast games, myself and Randy, so we'll be on the road quite a bit. But, Anthony, glad to have you part of this program, and a big part of that you'll be seen on Sports Blitz later on tonight, so you're going to make your rounds here this afternoon and tonight.
Yeah, you're going to throw me in the deep end here. I was going to kind of add to what Brett was saying about, the question of the day. I think it's really good to get these guys in here early, and if I'm an athlete coming in, I'm going to be here as soon as I can to get, biggest thing now is if you come in fall and you don't come to summer workouts and stuff, you're kind of behind the 8 ball. And the thing is if you're an incoming freshman or JUCO player, you need to get in there early, and I like it.
Absolutely. Hey, yeah, this is Anthony's own personal media day here. He's going to make the round of media around Sports Call, Sports Blitz. Speaking of that, we do have a question of the day. With practice beginning Friday, and hallelujah, it's time for that to happen. Which position do you believe is Auburn's greatest strength heading into practice, and which position do you think must improve the most from last season? Obviously, there are some question marks coming in, and some that we were not anticipating. Is Nick Marshall going to play the first game? Is he not going to play? Is Jonathan Mincy going to play the first game? He's a guy that was going to be counted on for that boundary corner to take over for Chris Davis. Is that going to be an issue? But across the board, what position do you feel the most comfortable with? Obviously, coming in, offensive line was one of the ones that I would say now. Obviously we lose Greg Robinson, but there's some question now. There's rumors flying about Alex Kozan. Is he okay? Will he be a member of that starting? Is he going to miss the season? So we haven't been able to confirm that either way. But a lot of positions out there that I feel so much better about this year than I did last year.
A lot of them. And, I don't think anybody will argue, and we've said that several times on this program, Auburn actually might be better as a team this year, and it may not reflect it in the record. And I'm not saying it won't. I'm not saying that Auburn can make the run, but we all know that even with last year, a lot of things when you have those magical runs have to go your way. When Alabama won their national championships here of late, every year outside of one, they had to have something or somebody lose to get them into a spot, something that was outside of their own control. So, that's one thing that you look at is that positions, and one thing we can't foresee in the future is injuries. We don't know. One position may be very strong, and then you get a couple of guys injured, and it becomes very weak. But obviously, a great strength we have is Nick Marshall coming back. I think that's huge at the offensive line. And then, as Anthony and I were just talking about, I feel like the weakest part, or the position that must improve the most, is linebacker. We got to get some help at linebacker. We got to start making more plays closer to the line of scrimmage. And I know both of you guys talked about the defensive secondary. Well, if the linebackers are making more plays, that's going to take more pressure off the secondary.
Yeah, you shouldn't see some of your defensive backs getting this many tackles. And that's a clear statement of that your front seven, more in particularly your two linebackers, aren't getting the job done. And I saw way too big gaping holes last year. And I think the coaching staff, an idea or thing I had thought about was the coaches do a great job of filling impact positions with JUCO guys that can make impact, impacts right off the way. Good example is Duke Williams. Then you got your defensive back, 24. And I think coaches going out and getting those things, it really helps. It just adds to it. You can't always accept or expect a incoming freshman to do a job like a JUCO guy can.
Derek Moncrief, maybe I think was the one you're searching for.
That's
defensive back was the one that I thought needs a lot of improvement. I guess I can't get that last play or that last drive from the national championship out of my mind. You see Auburn. Two cornerbacks, two defensive backs cannot make a play, and Jameis Winston throws a 5-yard pass and it goes for about 60 yards.
Yeah.
That just cannot happen. You see A.J. McCarron drop back and throw a bomb that should have been either knocked down or intercepted, and it goes for a 99-yard touchdown against in the Iron Bowl. That cannot happen. That has got to be shored up. That has got to be better. A guy like Jonathan Jones has to step up this year and take on. Is Trevon Reed? We heard so much about him in the spring and him stepping up and how he's going to be a force in the secondary. I mean, you got definitely some experience with Jermaine Whitehead, with Joshua Holsey coming back, Robinson Threezy in that hybrid role. So, and again, Jonathan Mincy. Will he miss games? Will he not miss games? You have to believe he's probably going to miss some. So somebody's got to step up and take control of that boundary corner.
We had a defensive back that we had committed to us, and then he switched to Florida, Marcus Roberson. And when Marcus Roberson left and went to Florida, Jermaine Whitehead came into the picture for Auburn and became a guy that everybody felt like kind of filled that gap. He was a 4-star that came out of Mississippi. He's had shades of being pretty good, but very inconsistent, like a Trevon Reed at receiver. That's why he's over at DB. I'm going to go on and jump out, guys, and say there's a lot of talent over there. But I think this position is going to impress us more than any position on the field. I think those guys grew up last year. I think they understand it. I think, Jonathan Mincy, when he gets back on the field, Jonathan Jones, you saw what Roberson Threezy did last year and how he came of age. There's just a lot of guys like a McEnroe Alexander, Jonathan Ford, who was a running back and moved over there. You've got a lot of speed, and you got a big safety, as Anthony was alluding to, and Derek Moncrief, that comes out of JUCO and brings an impact. Nobody really knows right now how big of an impact he's going to be.
And you're also missing Joseph Turner. A lot of people are not mentioning the JUCO transfer. That was a very, very late add. I think it actually came after signing day. And I agree totally. I was actually getting ready to say linebacker behind McKenzie and Frost. We know what we got in Justin Garrett, but you also got Garrett at star position and linebacker both. I'm kind of worried on the back end of linebacker, the backups. I agree wholeheartedly that the DBs, with all what we've got with the incoming freshmen, with the JUCO guys, I think we're going to be very solid.
I don't know how he's going to practice, and when he shows up, we'll find out quick. But I think a guy that can make an immediate impact into the lineups, Trey Williams. I watched him up close and personal last year. I called one of the games here in Alex City in the playoffs against Benjamin Russell. He is that prototypical linebacker that Auburn has not had in the last several years at middle linebacker, a 6'2", a 6'3", 225-pound guy that's going to get bigger and moves laterally about as well as anybody I've seen in high school in a long time, and makes plays after play. And one thing that we talked about on the scoreboard show last year, we had one of his coaches on there, and he said, Trey makes some flashy plays, but there's one thing about him, and this was a coach on an opposing team down in the Mobile area, said, when he gets his hands on you, you go down. You do not break his tackles. He is a form tackle guy. He's not all about the flashy, I'm going to run in the hole and blow you up and get everybody to jump up in the stands and go, woo. He wants 11 to 12 to 14 tackles a game, and he's going to make every play he's supposed to make. That's a fundamental guy that I think is going to come in and be an immediate help for Auburn at linebacker position. So I don't think it'll take long for Trey Williams, based on what I've seen already in some of his film, to find his way into the lineup pretty soon.
Yeah, speaking of linebacker, and you're talking to me, the guy that's kind of the wild card, the guy that's kind of the X factor is Justin Garrett, a guy that just came and had such a tremendous spring, but was injured. Never really came back. Both feet. They said that they figured, he had some kind of, problem with his feet, but they have figured it out. They feel like maybe he's on, he is as healthy as he's been since he's been at Auburn. The guy's got a lot of talent and a guy that has not been able to show it except in a spring game. So I think he's a guy that certainly can help out because Casanova, McKenzie, and Chris Frost, they're your starters. I don't think there's any question about that. But a guy like Kenny Flowers that we didn't hear anything about came in from JUCO, and now he has stepped up, looked great in the spring. You got Justin Garrett and Kenny Flowers coming in as backups. Maybe you don't use it. Maybe you don't lose anything, like you said. Trey Williams and Deshaun Davis.
And I'm gonna mention one that I don't hear a lot, Cameron Toney. He's definitely beefed
from
up.
Huntsville.
I mean, has grown. Put on some weight. Bottom line for me, greatest strengths, wide receiver. I think the most improved needs to be linebacker. It's hard to pick between linebacker and defensive back, but if I could do 50-50, I would. But I'm probably going to have to go with linebacker.
Yeah, I mentioned defensive back as my weakness as well, and I think Brett makes a good point. You look down the list of the guys that we have coming back and the guys that are coming in that could make an impact. Calvarez-Basent, Stephen Roberts, Nick Ruffin, a guy that's unheralded, Markel Boston, that signed on late. So maybe defensive back this year becomes a point of strength, whereas last year maybe it was a liability. And linebacker, we know what we're going to get from Casanova. We know what we're going to get from Frost. Can these other guys step up? Can these young guys make a big impact as we move forward? In the next segment, we'll move toward those who do we feel are Auburn's biggest strength. Obviously, we just picked defense. All of us said defense. That was the biggest weakness for us last year. I don't think anybody that watched Auburn play would disagree with that. When we come back, we'll talk about Auburn's biggest strength, and obviously, looking at Auburn last year and projecting this year, it's on the offensive side of the ball. We're going to go ahead and take our first break of the first hour of Sports Call here. Andy Graham, Brett Pritchard, and Anthony Turling here with you on this Sports Call presented by Always Money.
The opening segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. For signage, tees, web design, and more, call LMG today at 334-742-0197.
Hi, I'm Pat Dye. I'd like to tell you why I've been a Ware Jewelers customer for more than 30 years. I like the people, I like the jewelry, and I like the prices. Ware Jewelers has been perfecting what they do since 1946. Their quality is great. They treat each and every customer like a close friend. This is Coach Dye, and in football, I like the Tigers. In jewelry, my choice was Ware Jewelers. Ware Jewelers, Auburn, Opelika, Montgomery, and Spanish Fort.
Ladies and gentlemen, the mayor of Whatever USA.
Thanks for coming. This summer, Bud Light is creating a town called Whatever USA. The most marvelous, spectacular town for people who are up for whatever. And you could come. I will now take a few questions. Yes, you in front.
Is Whatever USA a real town?
It's as real as this voice-enhancing software. Next question. Are you up for whatever?
Yes.
Perfect. Then audition at upforwhatever.com or your local participating Bud Light retailer. What kind of people is Bud Light looking for? We want yes people. Let's do it people. And this seems slightly unorthodox, but sure, why not people? My ride's here. Bring it on, professional Boy Scout.
Bud Light, the perfect beer for whatever happens. Bud Light Whatever USA video contest open to U.S. residents 21 and over. No purchase necessary. Ends August 31st, 2014. Visit upforwhatever.com for official rules, entry, prices, and details. Void where prohibited.
Stop by your local Bud Light retailer and ask about all the great Bud Light promotions in your area. Bud Light, the perfect beer for whatever happens.
When you're over 21.
Are you up for whatever?
Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, AV St. Louis, Missouri.
Gotta get the deal. Deals Auto Sales. We can finance you. Got to get the deal. Then asking for lowdowns. Now I'm here to say, Gil's Phoenix and Walmart. Have them on the way. Everything on the lot. It's $4.99 down. Gil's price and selection is the best around. That low down payment gets you on your way. $4.99 down. You'll be riding today. Gotta get the deal. Gil's Auto Sales. We can finance you. Got to get the deal. Selection and price. Got to get the deal. Gotta get the deal.
It's fueling happy hour all day, every day at TK's West Pace on Sheltoomer Parkway and TK's on West Longleaf Drive. Come by either TK's location for a fill-up and get a free fountain drink. That's right, come by TK's next to the West Pace Auto Mall on Sheltoomer Parkway or TK's on West Longleaf Drive anytime. Fill up on high-quality Chevron gasoline and quench your thirst with a free fountain drink. It's always happy hour at TK's, Sheltoomer Parkway and West Longleaf stores only.
There's nothing like the signature honey glazed spiral sliced ham from Honey Baked. Hey, this is Crystal. From catering corporate meetings to providing boxed lunches for your next event, Honey Baked Ham is just what you're looking for, including full meals with sides and desserts. Don't forget to stop by our deli for lunch or dinner, open 10 to 7, Monday through Saturday. You don't have to wait for the holidays. Plan your Honey Baked feast today. Give us a call at 741-8411, stop by and see us on Gateway Drive in Opelika, or order online at myhoneybakedstore.com. Honey Baked Ham, perfect every time. We guarantee it.
The Capri Community Film Society is a nonprofit organization that owns and operates the Capri Theater in Montgomery. The Capri is the oldest continually operating movie theater in the state of Alabama and features independent movies, both American and foreign, as well as classic films from summer children's matinees. The theater is supported by donations and memberships, and the society is community-based, mission-driven, and has served Montgomery and the surrounding area since 1983. Located at 1045 East Fairview Avenue in the Old Cloverdale section of Montgomery and online at capritheater.org.
Auburn Links is proud to honor the people who keep us safe, the men and women of the military, and the police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County. To show their thanks, Auburn Links is offering you special discounts. Just show your ID, and you'll get 18 holes of the best golf around for just $25 anytime. That's right, members of the military, along with police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County, 18 holes for just $25. Auburn Links wants to thank you for what you do with a great round of golf. Auburn Links off exit 51. Call 887-5151.
Traveling in a fighter combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous.
Welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Sports Call. Andy Graham, Brett Pritchard, and Anthony Turling here with you, taking you up to the 6 o'clock hour. We'll be with you for another hour and 40 minutes.
Who is this masked man over here?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Look, hey, we talked about Auburn in the first segment. Obviously, our question of the day, well, with practice beginning Friday, which position do you feel is Auburn's greatest strength, and which position do you feel needs to improve the most from last season? What are the biggest question marks, in your opinion, for this Auburn team? We talked about the defensive side of the ball being the side that needs to improve the most, specifically linebacker and defensive back. But when you look at this offense, they lose Trey Mason, which is a big loss, a great running back. They lose Greg Robinson, a great left tackle. But everybody else, I mean, Jay Prosh, you lose him, but everybody else comes back.
You know, I'm going to say one thing, and this is not a cut on Trey Mason, and we want to hear from you out there. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401, or you can hit us up on Twitter at SportsCallAU. And again, this is not a cut on Trey Mason, but this is a system. You know how certain offenses, certain coaches, you can take a guy, if they've got talent, and plug them into a system and make them an outstanding player. Well, Trey Mason was a four-star guy out of Florida coming out of high school, but wasn't highly heralded when Gene Chizik brought him in, and a lot of people were like, you know, Auburn needed more running backs, and he proved his worth. He proved he was a good talent, but I feel like Corey Grant or Peyton Barber or Rock Thomas, one of those three guys, and and Cameron Artis-Payne even, but he's a bigger guy. Any of those guys that can touch it based on the system, the way they run the football, and what we've seen them do, can be Trey Mason this year. And I think, nobody was expecting Trey Mason to be the kind of guy that he was this past year, but he was a very durable guy that toted it 30, 40 times a game a lot of times and racked up a ton of yards, became one of the better running backs in Auburn history. So I'm not, again, you got to have the talent first, and Trey Mason had it, but I think talent equaled with the system that they're putting in makes a big difference.
I'm going to make a bold statement here. Unless Rock Thomas comes in and just blows everybody's socks off, Cameron Artis-Payne will be the Trey Mason for this year.
The same body type. He's got a little bit, certainly he doesn't have the, straight in speed that a lot of guys have, but he's very shifty. You think about
Corey Grant has the speed.
Now, Corey Grant, you're talking about two different, it's like thunder and lightning here,
it really is.
With Payne and Grant. And Barber, he's kind of the X factor. He came into, the spring, and everybody just said, this guy may win the starting job. He plays one play, and everybody's forgotten about it.
Well, they have, and that may be good thing. That may be a good thing. And we didn't get it. We were all, clamoring to see him and see what he was going to be able to do, and he went out early with that injury. But you look at Rock Thomas and you look at Corey Grant. Corey Grant, when he came in motion, he was the speed sweep guy on the offense last year. Everybody keyed on him, and even when they keyed on him, he still got a lot of yards, guys. He was able to round the corner, cut back inside, follow his blockers, find the seam. He scored a touchdown early in the Georgia game doing that. Had some big runs in the SEC championship game against Missouri doing that thing. So Rock Thomas is kind of the same guy. He'll be a true freshman, so a little bit tougher for him. He's talented, but a little bit tougher for him to crack the lineup with the guys in front of him. But now Corey Grant will have a different role, I feel. Every time he comes in the game, he's not going to be specifically that speed sweep guy. He can run between the tackles. He's proven that. He's a tough back, and between him and Cameron Artis-Payne, I think Auburn is perfectly fine there. Well, we miss Trey Mason, of course. You miss a guy that's that talented, but I think you got guys as talented right behind.
I think that's probably true. Anthony, you look at a guy like Rock Thomas coming in, like you said, if he doesn't blow everybody away, he may very well blow everybody away. He has that potential. He is that, sought after a guy, coming out of high school. So, you believe Cameron Artis-Payne is going to be the Trey Mason this year. You believe he wins the job outright.
I believe he wins the job outright, and I did not mean that he's going to be Heisman candidate at the end. But as far as what Trey Mason meant to our team last year, he's going to be that guy, in my opinion. I think if you would have given him the rock as much as you gave the rock to Mason last year, he'd show you that he can do that. And that's just my opinion. And I think the biggest thing as far as the question, most people don't think of this, place kicker and punter. We're not returning one of them. Two new guys. How big was our punter and place kicker last year? Are you kidding me? The punts that he put down.
Stephen Clark.
Oh, my goodness. That won some games for us.
And hang time. That's what he was known for. His average didn't blow you away, but nobody could return a punt against Auburn because of the hang time, because normally because we were punting down to the goal line, and he would down it inside the 10-yard line. We talk about the running backs. We talked about how potent they can be. We think we can plug another guy in there. And to me, that is proof of my biggest strength for Auburn. That's the offensive line. I think Auburn, their biggest strength on offense is that offensive line. Now, you lose a Greg Robinson, but to me, Reese Dismukes coming back, I believe, was even more important than bringing Greg Robinson back because he is the anchor of that offensive line. To me, he's the best center in the SEC, maybe the country. I'm so looking forward to Sean Coleman, to seeing what he can do. You hear all these things, of course, during the offseason. Gabe Wright says, off the cuff, Sean Coleman's twice as strong as Greg Robinson. No human being is twice as strong as Greg Robinson. Okay.
This is funny, and I've got to tell this, 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401 to be part of the program. This past weekend, I was in Orange Beach, and I was at the pool at the place where we're staying, and I ran into a coach in Louisiana, a high school coach that coached against Greg Robinson, and I said, me and one of the guys that was down there with us, he said, man, he must have been a beast in high school, and he said, couldn't have been more opposite. He said he was soft. And he said, I'm going to tell you, he said, hats off to Jeff Grimes that was at Auburn at the time and making Greg Robinson fill into the man into his body size. Because he said in high school he got pushed around a lot. And he wasn't, he was highly ranked recruiting-wise because of his potential. But he said when they played him, they handled him pretty good. And he said it was just a situation where you see that a lot of times. And when you get that right coach, and again, Auburn had their problems in positions, but they had a doggone good coach in Jeff Grimes. Now, we got J.B. Grimes over there now, who's an outstanding offensive line coach as well. But Jeff Grimes did a heck of a job when he was at Auburn, and he credits it. And I think Greg Robinson had come back and told them that, hey, he's a big part of why I'm where I am today. And so I thought that was pretty neat. But Greg Robinson, Sean Coleman was a 5-star, guys. And, again, kind of like Peyton Barber getting hurt the first play of the 8A game, when you go down to a disease like cancer and have to step away from the game, a lot of people write you off and don't think you'll ever be back to where you once were. And I'm telling you, Sean Coleman could be the comeback story of college football this year.
There's no question about that. I mentioned Alex Kozan at the beginning of the show. There's some question marks about him. Not anything confirmed up to this point, although we'll find out Thursday or Friday when practice begins. But I heard J.B. Grimes just say the other day there was 6 linemen on this team that deserved to start. He's obviously talking about Miller, Young, Slade, Dismukes, Kozan, and Coleman. There's talk maybe Avery, if there's possibly and that's a big if, there's something wrong with Alex Kozan, you drop Avery Young down to guard. You put Patrick Miller at right tackle. And I think it's still just one of the best.
It's a very solid line.
It's absolutely, great offensive line and opened up holes for that Auburn running attack that led the nation in rushing. Go ahead, Anthony.
I heard somebody today telling me that they didn't like Patrick Miller. He started 14 games. I think people forget that this guy can play, and he can play at a high level, and he's done. When he's been in the game, I feel confident with him. I honestly, the last couple of years, Patrick Miller is.
I think you're absolutely right, and he's a junior, got a lot of experience, like you said. You've been in the program now with the weight program. Everybody on this team looks like a beast when they've been in this program for 3 years. When we come back, hopefully we're going to catch up with Auburn's newest commitment for 2016, Nate Craig, number 1 wide receiver prospect in the country. Hopefully we're going to catch up with him on the other side.
Ever wondered what LMG can do for you? The possibilities are endless.
LMG offers custom apparel and promotional products, any type of signage and vehicle wraps, web design and internet marketing, video production, paper products, and more. Visit us online at leemarketing.net. 3 locations to best serve you: Madison Street in Alexander City, Highway 280 in Dadeville, and Frederick Road in Auburn. LMG, success by design.
It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfit, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy from his arm, he needs a cast. Yeah. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
Looking for the most comprehensive sports show in Alabama? Catch Sports Blitz Live from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Tuesday nights. Join Brett Pritchard, Randy Lee, and Luke Robinson as they discuss the latest in high school, collegiate, and nationwide athletics. Tune in to FM Talk 95.9, watch live on ACN Charter Channel 80, or catch the live stream at sportsblitzlive.com. That's sports with a Z. That's Sports Blitz Live, Tuesday, 7 to 9 p.m.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive in Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your health care and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn, or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Little Cheaper says it's the summer sale you've been waiting for. It's the summer clearance event at Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Columbus. New Ram truck, Chargers, Darts, Journeys, 200s, Grand Caravans, Wranglers, Cherokees, Grand Cherokees, and many more have been drastically discounted for this annual event. Get new 2014 Ram 1500 starting at just $21,488, or a new 2014 Dodge Avenger for only $14,990. Even get a new 2014 Jeep Wrangler for just $24,995. Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Columbus even has the all-new 2015 Chrysler 200 in stock. 0% financing available. 0 payments for 90 days. Want more? Bring us your trade, and Carl Gregory will try to pay you top dollar for it. You might even be able to get more than you ever thought possible for your trade. Don't miss the annual summer clearance event going on now at your locally owned dealer. Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Rams, 2 giant locations. Victory Drive and the North Lake Auto Complex. Prices after all applicable rebates. All prices exclude tax, tag, title, and lemon law fees. Interest, if any, accrues from date of purchase on approved credit. Not available on internet prices.
Richard and Anthony Turling here with you, taking you up to the 6 o'clock hour. We'll be with you for another hour and a half talking about Auburn football or anything else you'd like to talk about. Please sure to give us a call at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, or locally at 334-887-3401. We are efforting to get Nate Craig on the phone. I believe we have him now. Nate, are you there with us? Nate is not there with us. Okay. We'll continue to try to work that out. As for now, Sports Call is brought to you by Auburn Urgent Care. Auburn Urgent Care offers convenient solutions for your health care and occupational medicine needs, including workman's compensation injury care and certified DOT medical examinations, with locations on South College and in Tigertown. Visit them online at auburnurgentcare.com. I don't believe. Have we got Nate on the phone? We do not have Nate on the phone. Okay, well, we'll forge on. We'll try to work out those technical difficulties. Guys, we were just talking about the Auburn and what we consider the strengths. You know, we haven't even mentioned the wide receiver core yet. Gus Malzahn said this is the best receiving core he has had since he's been at Auburn. And that's saying something. So, we talked about Nate Craig, adding him to this class, in a couple of years. It'll make this even that much more impressive.
Yeah, it will. I'm not sure Sammy Coates will still be there, but he might be, but I wouldn't hold my breath. But, it's the immediate impact and talent of Duke Williams. You can't put a price on that as far as what he's going to be able to do for the other receivers in the on the field, because now you don't have just Sammy Coates you've got to worry about as a deep threat. Now you've got to worry about him, and nobody's really seen him at this level, but we know what kind of talent he is. Is he another Cordarrelle Patterson from Tennessee, another Julio Jones? I mean, you've gotten all these types of comparisons, and then Sammy Coates comes in as probably the most impressive returning receiver in the whole conference. So that's a lot of talent on the field, and then you got guys like Marcus Davis, Ricardo Lewis that you're forgetting about, C.J. Uzoma, who can line up as H-back, can line up at tight end, who can split out as a wide receiver. I mean, who are you going to cover defensively? This is creating nightmares for these defensive coordinators just in the receiving core alone, not to mention what Auburn's got in the battery back there behind Nick Marshall running the football. So, offensively, this team is as strong, if not stronger, than it was last year, even minus Trey Mason, even minus a Greg Robinson, I feel like. And, if Auburn shores their defense up, if they become a middle-of-the-road defense in the SEC around number 6, number 7, Anthony, this team's going to be hard to be dealt with. I don't care how tough their schedule is.
You've got two good problems to have on offense. Running back and wide receiver, I mean, the talent that we have, I mean, we didn't even mention Tony Stevens or Melvin Ray. And those are guys, and also Jalen Denson. Denson was having a heck of a season before he went out with his injury. So you got those guys, and I think it's a good problem to have, but the coaches are really going to have their hands full trying to figure out who to put on the field, to have the best 11 out there.
All right, we're going to try this one more time. We're going to try to welcome in Auburn's newest commit for the 2016 class, Nate Craig. Hey, Nate, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Great to have you here. Nate, of course, 5-star wide receiver from Tampa, Florida, rated the #1 wide receiver prospect in the country. How you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Doing pretty good. How's your summer going?
Oh, it's going good. Just putting in work on a football team.
Well, how does such a high-profile recruit spend his summer? Are you going to camps every weekend? Do you get any time off?
You get a couple weekends off. You might get here and there, but you just go on like unofficial visits, and then just sit down and talk with coaches, and then go to a few camps. But you might get 1 or 2 weekends off during the whole summer.
Well, that didn't sound like very much fun to me. Do you enjoy getting out and going to camps? Do you enjoy the attention, or would you rather have some time off?
Well, whatever it takes to get me to the next level and get me separated from other prospects. So if it means I lose sleep, then I'll take it.
Well, all right, Nate. You are certainly coveted by most every team in the country right now. Do you, as a sophomore about to be a junior in high school, are you already feeling the pressure of recruiting?
At first it was fun, like knowing that you got all these schools looking at you. But then like after a while you get like tired of it. You get tired of the phone calls. And then like I finally got to narrow down my list like this summer, and then I went up there to Auburn, and that's when I wanted to commit.
So why did you decide to commit so early?
Coach Craig, he's a wonderful. That's like every kid's dream to play with a coach like him. And then you got the family atmosphere at Auburn. Then you got Coach Malzahn. He's an offensive genius. So, like, when I committed, many people were like, "Oh, it's not. They don't throw a ball a lot." But with me being the playmaker, he'll find a way to get the ball in my hand.
Well, let me ask you this. Is this a true commitment, or is this just to get everybody off your back?
It's a true commitment to me right now. Because I look at it as you have Sammy Coach, Duke, Ricardo, and all those guys. They're juniors and probably like seniors, a couple on the receiver corps, and it's like that gives me an opportunity to come in and play right away.
That's probably certainly true. You said you visited Auburn. What stood out to you besides the coaching staff?
Just getting to hang out with the players and getting to hear their opinions on Auburn, because like a lot of guys, they told me they had those offers from Ohio State, Alabama, but they said when they came to Auburn, it just made them feel home, and they had Coach Craig there. He made them turn into a man on and off the field.
Well, you mentioned Gus Malzahn and his offense. What about it do you find so exciting seeing yourself playing in it?
Just like having every defense on their toes. Like they'll never know what we're gonna come with. We could turn a bubble screen play into a touchdown, or we can give them a play action and get a deep ball.
Well, Nate, what do you think are your biggest strengths as a receiver?
Just me being more explosive. They just get faster, getting more physical on DBs.
Well, what do you think? Do you have any weaknesses?
Just like working on my craft, because that's going to be a big part of it. The next level, everyone's going to be good on the next level, so you always want to have better technique.
Well, Nate, you make this commitment to Auburn. You decide that this is the school for you. What were some of your influences, growing up? And you said you have a desire to be the best. Where did that come from?
It just came from being raised by a single parent, and it just makes you want to do better. And don't have to have my own work anymore. That day, I had a brother that played at Purdue, and just seeing him getting the things from college, it just makes you want to be, you want to be in that kind of lifestyle, getting whatever you want, and you don't have to have your mom pay for college.
Hey, Nate, this is Anthony Turling. I got a quick question for you. When it comes to your decision, what weighed heavily as far as the future quarterback for Auburn with Jeremy Johnson and Sean White and any of the other prospects that we've got? How heavy did that weigh in your decision?
It weighed pretty heavy because, Jeremy Johnson, he's more of a throwing, but he can run too, but he's more of a thrower there. You got Sean White that'll probably get a few years in there, and he can throw it real good. And I played against him in a 7-on-7, and he made a lot of great plays with the receivers he had.
Now, I heard you say you played against. Have you played with Sean White?
No, sir.
Well, Nate, a couple more questions. We're going to let you go. This is Brett over here, and just have to ask you, we're big high school guys as well, and we all get caught up in your commitment and excited about your commitment to Auburn. But talk about your senior year coming up and expectations. I know the expectations always to win a state championship. Just talk about what you guys have around you down there in high school and what you expect to get out of senior year.
I'm about to be a junior, so.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I meant. I'm sorry. Junior year.
Just expecting to get my teammates better. We lost a lot of senior guys, so you just want to get those younger guys to step up. And then just want to prove to people that we haven't lost so much and we can still compete for a state title. And then just want to be more of a leader to the team.
And as a recruit for the 2016 class, as you were just talking about, to be a junior coming in with all the expectations surrounding you, kind of bolsters you up to that leadership role. And I know the teammates around you kind of embrace that. But looking forward, I know that you're going to have schools continue to recruit you and stay on you. How are you going to stay focused, Nate, on what you're doing in high school and kind of keeping the distractions to a minimum?
Just focusing on my teammates first, and then after football season over, and then I'll probably start talking back to other schools, and then just first you want to get the schoolwork done, because without your schoolwork you can't go anywhere. So after I get that, all that, get it focused and get everything where it needs to be, then I'll start getting back into recruiting.
Nate Craig, Auburn commit for the 2016 class. 5-star wide receiver from Tampa, Florida, the #1 wide receiver prospect in the country. Nate, we wish you the best of luck this season. Stay healthy, and we can't wait to see you in an Auburn uniform.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No problem.
Thank you for joining us today.
All right. God bless.
God bless you,
Thank
too.
you, Nate.
All right. We'll be back with more Sports Call right after this, presented by Auburn Urgent Care.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Resource Natural Spring Water. Resource is 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes that support a lifestyle of well-being. When you need to refresh, revitalize, and replenish, it's always Resource Natural Spring Water.
They say business can get downright dirty. At Advanced Disposal, we couldn't agree more. That's why we offer dedicated solid waste and recycling services designed specifically for business. We work hard to leave your business a little cleaner than we found it. Whether the job is big or small, we do all the heavy lifting so you can focus solely on your customers, because that's what business is all about. Advanced Disposal, always working to keep your business and community beautiful. Visit advanceddisposal.com or call your local facility and discover our full range of commercial services today.
Known for over 30 years as the Super 6, Auburn Bank's drive-thru on North Gay Street in downtown Auburn is now open at its new location right across the street next to the main office campus. More efficient and designed to make banking easier for you. A walk-up teller window, 5 drive-thru windows, and a drive-thru ATM. It's everything you need in one convenient location. Auburn Bank's new Super 6 at the downtown office campus. Open now. Auburn Bank, since 1907, your partner, your neighbor, your friend. Member FDIC.
Don't give up just yet. All Around Computers can help. 887-7773. They come to you for all your technology and computer service needs. If you don't want to install it, configure it, or even deal with it, All Around Computers can do it all. 887-7773. Do you have pop-ups, viruses, or is your computer running slow? All Around Computers can help you with it all. Don't call All Around. Call All Around Computers today. They come to your home or business for all your technology service needs. 887-7773.
I'm so tired of eating pizza.
You want a real meal? You know, just like Mama's home cooking. Then dine in, carry out, or have veggies to go on South College cater your next meal. You can eat food just like Mom's, 7 days a week, and have something different every day. Pork chops, country fried steak and gravy, meatloaf, and more. Served with all kinds of fresh veggies and casseroles. And don't miss out on Miss Jeannie's homemade desserts. So when you're craving the comfort from home, it's always veggies to go on South College in Auburn.
It's true. The Big Blue Bookstore stocks Auburn's best selection of textbooks and sweetens the deal with a low price guarantee. But wait, there's more. How about a full-service post office inside the store? Don't waste hours and hours standing in the world's slowest line way on the other side of town. Multitask. Big Blue's collection of Auburn merchandise covers all your bases. AU apparel, gifts, home and auto decor, even stuff for your War Eagle pet. Well, looky there. Now you've got gifts for friends and family, and hey, there's a post office to ship them. Go Big Blue. The Big Blue Bookstore. Winn-Dixie Shopping Center on South College.
If you're heading to a party, having a party, or on your way home from a party, TK's convenience stores are guaranteed to have everything you need. Drinks, chips, and a case or two of your favorite cold refreshment should do the trick, right? You don't need to take time out of your nights and weekends to find a parking spot, locate what you need, and then wait in line forever. TK's believes fun should happen much more quickly. Not to mention you can fill up your tank while you're there too. TK's convenience stores, always there when you need us.
In a world where time is money, only one team can conquer all your printing and marketing needs, big or small. Call the A-Team, Allegra Printing. The experts at Allegra can handle it all, from concept, copywriting, and design, to printing, targeting, and mailing. They're local, knowledgeable, accurate, and quick. Don't risk your company's success on a faceless, faraway online imitator. There can be only one. Allegra Printing, your A-Team. In Auburn, at the University Crossing Shopping Center, behind McAllister's Deli. Allegra-auburnal.com.
Auburn Links is your home for great golf. Just off exit 51, Auburn Links features a beautiful layout with Bermuda grass greens and rolling fairways, all right next to Parkinson's Mill Creek. For the last 20 years, Auburn Links has been providing Lee County with the best golfing experience around, whatever your skill level may be. Looking for a fun family activity? Auburn Links has great group rates and membership specials for everyone, and their weekday rates now include Fridays. Be sure to follow Auburn Links on Facebook and Twitter for special deals and limited time offers. Auburn Links on Shell Timber Parkway. Call 887-5151.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Sports Call, one final segment in our first hour. Just got through off the phone talking to Auburn's newest 2016 recruit, Nate Craig. Well-spoken young man. I asked him about, what drove him, and the fact about, I think that's probably common to a lot of athletes coming from a single-parent home and said he didn't want his mother to have to pay for college. And that's a big deal, and that's a big thing. Coming out of Tampa, Florida, and, he seemed to, you can't really tell, a one conversation over the phone, but sounds like a driven young man.
Well, I tried to help us out and fast forward and past his junior year into his senior year.
I wish.
But he is a 2016 recruit, and I knew that, but it was wishful thinking. I was trying to get him here a little bit early, but and this is not a cut on Nate or any kid that's a class of 2016 or 2017 or beyond, because they're even being taught to now as well. I mean, you're hearing about stories of kids being recruited in middle school. You just cannot place a lot of stock. And again, if you read into the lines of what he said that I'm firmly committed for now. You got to hear what these kids say and what people say out there, and not to say that he may not waver 1 second from now to the time he puts his name on the dotted line in 18 months. Okay, he may make it all the way through the recruiting period and stay firmly committed. The chances are, though, he's going to be hit left and right with a lot of schools, and he's going to take his official visits, and he's going to be swayed, and he's going to see a lot of things. And, Auburn will stay on him hard, but that's one thing you got to do. And ever since, the T.J. Yeldon thing with Alabama, we interviewed him that weekend before he decommitted. And on the AHSA radio network, he said, I can't wait to get to Auburn. I'm enrolling early. We play Clemson. I can't wait to be part of that game and all this kind of stuff. And a week later, when the dead period hit, he decommitted and committed to Alabama. And the rumor mill in that week prior that's what you were hearing, is it was coming. So, I don't put a lot of stock in verbal commitments even until the week of signing day, because things change so frequently and so fast in the world of recruiting. But I sure hope we hold on to this one, that's for sure.
I really think, we're an Auburn show here, and I think Auburn fans, me included, I think we need to learn our lessons about getting our hopes up. I've told myself I keep up with recruiting daily. As soon as 2016 came out, I was actually waiting on it to come out. I had probably been checking it 2 weeks prior. And so biggest thing for me is I've told myself, do not get your hopes up, because you'll have a Yeldon and you'll have all the other guys that have hurt our feelings and in the end, and then end up doing great things for the opposing team. So I'm going to use that advice to myself and hopefully pass that along.
And Andy, the drama of the Rashaan Evans thing, we sat here on this
for us.
Well, it was. I mean, but there it was. I mean, and he had not committed. And in defense of Rashaan Evans, he had never committed to Auburn. Everybody just kind of felt like he would because his dad. But that just shows you in recruiting, there are no for sureties. I mean, you don't know where somebody's going to go and why they're going to go there. They may have a complete change of heart. But we want to hear from you out there, 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Hit us up on Twitter at SportsCallAU. Our question of the day, LNG question of the day, with practice beginning on Friday, which position do you believe is Auburn's greatest strength and which position must improve the most from last season? We've kind of gone around the table and explained why we chose the positions we chose. We want to hear from you. Who do you think is going to be our strength, and what do you think is going to be a position that Auburn's going to have to get better at to be successful?
Auburn picked up another commitment this past weekend as well. Four-star linebacker Richard McBride from Charles Henderson there in Troy. Brett, you were talking about you had seen this guy play in person. Just tell us a little bit about what you saw.
Well, in the state championship game this past year, they played Aniana in the 4A championship, and Charles Henderson, as far as talent-wise, when they came on the field passing the eye test, probably one of the best-looking teams I saw all weekend up at Bryant-Denny Stadium during the state championships. And he was a large part of what that was as far as their talent and their eye test. He was a tremendous-looking kid that sat there in the middle in that linebacking post, and they've got a couple other guys that looked the part too on that team. But I'd heard yesterday, actually talking to somebody, that he was a lifelong Alabama fan. Now picks Auburn, commits, and you've seen that with a lot of guys. The lifelong Auburn fans choose Alabama, lifelong, and vice versa. And again, nothing is for sure in recruiting anymore, and the way things are handled. So again, there's a lot of time even from now when Richard McBride will put his name on the dotted line in February. But it seems to be a pretty sure commitment, the way he talked, the excitement around him. But again, it's nothing is for definite until the name goes on the paper.
We had one last year, Rock Thomas. He was a known big Alabama fan. Went to games with his parents. I think maybe an uncle or something. I would love to know. I think we'd all would love to know what it feels like to be in this situation. But as far as growing up, I'm a huge Auburn fan growing up. I've been going to games since I was 4 or 5 years old. I would love to know what it feels like to choose the other side. And I don't mention the other side, but to choose the other side based on the things that you, as a D1 football player, that you choose. You know, I want to know in their head why they do that.
And Andy, some of our recruiting buddies with Alabama said that, you know, one of the big reasons, you know, Rock Thomas being an Alabama fan his whole life, that, you know, you look at a situation where Alabama was really after Leonard Fournette in Louisiana. They felt like they could go in there and get him. Didn't pay quite as much attention to Rock Thomas's. And I had a couple of Alabama buddies that said, look, man, I think we're missing the boat. We're missing a big deal. Don't think we're going to get Leonard Fournette, and y'all are going to get Rock Thomas, and we're going to be left with nothing. And that's exactly what happened in the recruiting battle. Once Rock Thomas committed to Auburn, he said, I'm here, and he stayed with it. So, Andy, we've got a call on the line, but we're up against the top of the hour break. David from Huntsville, if you'll hang on with us. If you'll just hang with us, we'll come back on the other side and pick your phone call up.
1-888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. The Fox Sports Report is next. More Sports Call, Hour 2, coming to you, presented by Always Money.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
It's always something. Your car needs a new
You're
tire.
listening to Sports Call on Tiger 93.9, WTGZ, Union Springs, Montgomery, and Auburn, and AM 620 WTRP, LaGrange.
Or dreams that I've had, I've been put there. You know, I used to sneak in the Forum to watch, you know, Jerry West and those guys play, thinking that one day I would be a Laker. And boom, I get to be a Laker. Get into coaching and start thinking about coaching and say, you know, one day I would love to coach that purple and gold. Boom, I'm here. That's all I can really say. God is good.
Clippers star Blake Griffin has a broken back. That's the bad news. The good news is it's a small fracture. That's why he quit Team USA this summer. He's expected to make a full recovery. And Maryland cops caught that guy that peed on Art Modell's grave, then posted it on YouTube. They haven't released his name yet. My name is Looney.
We are Fox Sports.
Tonight on Fox Sports 1, catch all the action of Major League Baseball as the New York Yankees take on the Texas Rangers. Tonight, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1, your new home for baseball.
Oh, my God, I don't believe what I'm seeing.
This is the most interactive show.
Hey, JT, maintaining the front. What's going on, Brick?
This is JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
New time slot. You don't have to stay up until the middle of the night.
No gutless radio here.
What's up, Looney? You there?
IBM just here in Hollywood, up to no good.
JT the Brick with Tom Looney.
The efficiency.
Live from the Geico Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's JT the Brick.
Out of the gate, JT, Tom Looney. Great to have you today. Thanks for listening. Thanks for downloading iHeartRadio. Appreciate the fact that you listen every day. We give you everything we have every day, even in those summer months.
We're soldiers!
We are here for you and to provide for our social lives and our families and our friends. We are here every day. We love our jobs. We love the opportunity to interact with you, take your phone calls, look at your tweets. Even internet assassins are welcome. Twitter at JT the Brick, Twitter at Looney on Fox. A lot of good internet assassins lately. I've been getting back to them. I haven't been blocking them on the second chance. Looney. I've been giving them 3 strikes, you're out.
Never let them see you sweat.
Was that Nancy Reagan who came up with 3 strikes and you're out?
No, actually no.
She just said no to drugs, right?
She was just saying no, I believe.
Every day, they're grilling, steaming, and frying at the Shrimp Basket. Try their po' boys for lunch and dinner. Plus raw, steamed, or fried oysters at the best oyster bar in town. Big appetite? Check out all-you-can-eat deals. Popcorn shrimp Sunday and Wednesday. Fried fish Monday and Thursday. And Tuesday, all-you-can-eat steamed shrimp. Plus a full bar with $2.49 drafts all day, every day. And specialty daiquiris, strawberry, peach, banana, and pina colada. All at the Shrimp Basket. Open 11 a.m. 7 days a week at 1651 South College in Auburn.
It was just one of those days. I had a million things to do. This was the last thing I was expecting.
No matter how well you drive, things happen. And when they do, the ASE-certified technicians at Franklin Tire and Auto know there's only one way to fix it, the right way. From accident repair to factory-scheduled maintenance, Franklin Tire will give you honest, dependable service at a competitive price. Proudly serving the area since 1970 and still locally owned and operated.
No shortcuts, no compromise, and friendly service every time. Franklin Tire and Auto in Auburn, 821-4572, and FranklinAutoInc.com.
Tiger Iron Gym values the hard work and sacrifice of those protecting our freedom 365 days a year. The men and women of the armed forces, police, fire, and EMTs. Tiger Iron Gym says thank you with a special offer just for military and service members. Sign up today for only $15 for the month of July. Heroes never take a day off, and neither does Tiger Iron Gym. Open 24/7, 365 days a year. Right next to the Big Blue Bookstore on South College Street. Tiger Iron Gym, your hometown gym.
TK's convenience stores are prepared to help you on your dash home. Whether you need to grab a gallon of milk, bread, drinks, or some cash from the ATM, TK's is there for you. At TK's convenience stores, we work hard to carry those items that you need to grab quickly, and we pride ourselves on high-quality gasoline and clean stores. So don't stress about your evening. Slow down and stop at one of TK's 14 locations to grab what you need. TK's convenience stores, always there when you need us.
Everyone knows the Honey Baked Ham Company is the most delicious ham around. But did you know that we have all the perfect dishes for your summer get-together as well? Hey, this is Crystal with Honey Baked Ham on Gateway Drive in Opelika. Honey Baked is now offering barbecued ribs and fresh barbecued pork roast, perfect for your family reunion or outdoor party. With sides like broccoli rice casserole, green bean casserole, macaroni and cheese, and more, stop by Honey Baked to get everything you need when the family is coming into town. Call us today at 741-8411. Honey Baked Ham, perfect every time. We guarantee it.
Hi, I'm Ashley with USA Team Handball, and we're so excited to be working with Auburn University, training here on the Plains. We're working towards representing Team USA in the 2016 Olympics in Rio de Janeiro, and we need your help. We want to invite you to learn more by going to usateamhandball.org, liking us on Facebook, and following us on Twitter at USATH. To help us out on the road to Rio, go to crowdrise.com/USATH. Every little bit helps, and all donations are tax deductible. Thanks for letting USA Team Handball be a part of the Auburn community. Go USA and War Eagle.
You better buckle your seatbelts because it's going to be a show to watch.
From Tiger Communications.
Jackson! Touchdown!
For 20 years, East Alabama's sports talk leader.
Swing and drive! Mountain Rock!
Sportscall.
Oh, what a dunk!
Call in now at 887-3401 locally. Or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Struck him out!
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sportscall.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second hour of Sports Call. Andy Graham, Brett Pritchard, and Anthony Turling here with you, taking you up to the 6 o'clock hour. We appreciate all of you so much joining us, whether that be on 93.9 The Tiger or the web at Auburn Sportscall, sportscallauburn.com. I'll get it right in a minute. You can give us a call at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, or locally at 334-887-3401, or you can check us out on our Facebook page or give us a tweet at SportsCall AU. We had a great first hour talking about Auburn in the upcoming season. We are so happy that football season is about to begin. Practice will start Friday. But as always, your phone calls come first. Let's go to the phone line.
Let's go to the phone line and welcome in David from Huntsville. David, you with us? David, you with us?
I think it's Scott. It's Scott, guys. I'm not sure.
Oh, sorry, but well, we had David on our screen, so we're glad to have you, Scott.
I got you. Yeah, how you guys doing?
Oh, we're good, Scott.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to keep along with the theme of the show so far, and I think that the biggest strength for this season obviously would be the skill position players, in particular at the receiver position. I just think they're so loaded this year, and you speak about somebody like Da'Keel Williams. I think he may be the most important player that Auburn has recruited in quite some time, because if he's able to have the type of season that people are projecting, then I think you'll see Auburn start to open up and be able to get the type of players like Craig that you see are coming in now at the offensive side of the ball, where normally we wouldn't have gotten them. So I think that this is very telling season, and of course, everybody, as an Auburn fan, you would want to make sure you win as many games as possible. But I think you could see a better team this year, but it may not indicate that in the record. But hopefully things are going the right direction. They can continue the success that occurred last season.
Yeah, Scott, we were talking about in the first hour, receiver being one of the biggest strengths of this team this year. We're talking about a team that ran the ball almost 72% of the time last year. You just have to expect if Nick Marshall can make any progress at all throwing the football, that you're going to see not a totally different, but a much different and more balanced offense in 2014.
Yeah, and I agree with that. But, again, it's one of those things where Gus, he likes to take 3 or 4 games into the season to see how the team's going to react to whatever he wants to do. But this is the first time he's ever had someone returning. So as great as the offense was last year, I think everyone who watched it, safe to say that probably only a quarter to a third of the playbook was used last year. So with a great receiving core and a quarterback whose accuracy is expected to increase, I think that the offense even gets better than it was last year.
I agree with that 100%.
Hey, Scott, this is Anthony. How on both sides of the ball, all offense or defense, give me your opinion and one pick of a player that will take large strides, whether they were on the field and didn't really perform like we thought, or just someone that's a guy that was stuck behind a better performer and that kind of has like a breakthrough season. Who's that in your mind?
Well, on the defensive side, I really have 2 players. I'd say Ladarius Owens is one. I think with the loss of Carl Lawson, you expect him to make a big jump in playing time. I think he would have had a lot of contributions this year, but I think his role has increased. And also Trevon Reed, I think, from what people are saying about camp, he's been excelling at the cornerback position. So after not really working out on the offensive side, I think with his speed and athletic ability, if nothing else, we get as many bodies as possible there. So I think he's somebody that could have some type of, of a better season or breakout season compared to previously. But on the offensive side, I really think that Ricardo Lewis is somebody that has a great season with players like Sammy Coates and Duke Williams on the outside. You'll see that'll force defenses to have to double team one of them, which is only going to open up the seams. And a player like he or a Melvin Ray, somebody in the slot, I think definitely benefits from the 2 receivers on the outside.
Of all the players you mentioned, the one who needs it the most is Trevon Reed. That's someone that has been through a lot since he has been here at Auburn, and I would love nothing more than to see him have a great season this year.
Absolutely. But, again, you guys keep it up, and Anthony doing a great job, and welcome to the AU Sportscall family.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate the call, Scott. You can give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free, or locally at 334-887-3401. Continuing what Scott was talking about with the wide receiver core, a guy like Quan Bray is kind of getting lost in the mix. He's the one senior that's coming back on this litany, of guys that we have on the roster here. You talk about a guy in the slot, Marcus Davis had a great, opening campaign for Auburn. Game this weekend, I think it was ranked the 17th best game of as I'm thinking about it here, they had the top 5 games of the year that people can vote on, putting them in order, and it's pretty incredible to think about Auburn played in 3 of those games.
Yeah, it is, and it's just something that it's a year to remember. Again, how do you top it coming into this year? And just so many magical things in a season. That's why you just felt like it was a destiny thing for Auburn to finish that season off to win the national championship. And but again, sometimes you need something to try, kind of drive you the next year, and that not completing that is in the back of all their minds. The 13 seconds is up everywhere. Every time they turn around, they talk about got to be 13 seconds better. Gus Malzahn talked about it. So, that'll be the motivation for this year. Let's go back to the phone lines, and David in Huntsville. We'll try him again. David, you with us? Wow. It's just like a prank call or something. Every time we go to David, it's either a dial tone or something.
David sounds strangely like a busy signal.
Exactly. But, David, try us again. I promise you. We will take your call. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401 to be part of the program. And, again, excited for what the new year is coming, as far as the football season is concerned. Auburn opens up as a 21-point favorite to Arkansas. Do you guys think that line's going to go up or down? What's your thoughts, Anthony?
I think it's going depending on if Malzahn makes any ruling on Marshall. I think that'll have a true effect on it. I don't think people realize who we have in JJ behind him. I think depends on that. So I can't give you a definite answer yet. I need to know from Malzahn what he's going to do with Marshall.
You said 20 is the
line?
It
said 21.
I think it's about right. To be honest with you, I think that's right, whether Jeremy Johnson or Nick Marshall plays.
You see what the opening line is on Alabama and West Virginia?
No.
27.
That seems about right 27. As well, man.
So, again,
I would not be surprised to see Alabama come out slow. They several years ago they came out slow against Virginia Tech. They don't always come out of the gate extremely fast. Unfortunately, we're up against our first break. Well, if we've got a caller, if you'll just stay on the line through this break, we'll pick you up. I promise we'll pick you up when we come back.
We'll hold Andy responsible
on the second half of this first break of the second hour. Sports Call is brought to you by Always Money. The first break,
It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfit, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
What is LNG? It's a team of professionals with the tools to create a successful marketing plan to help your business grow. LNG has successful designs that get results for the individual and the business. We provide signs of all types, screen printing and embroidery, promotional products, web design, audio and video production, and much more. LNG has 3 locations to serve you in Alex City, Dadeville, and the Auburn-Opelika area. Call us at 888-533-6758.
Lake Winds Golf Course, the most affordable, quality round of golf in Central Alabama. Located right off Highway 280 on County Road 40 in Alexander City, Lake Winds Golf Course offers affordable memberships, an updated pro shop, junior golf program, annual tournaments, and weekly matches. Call for your tee time today, 256-825-9860. Lake Winds Golf Course.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive at Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your health care and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn, or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
There's no doubt that high school and college athletics rule the state of Alabama. Increase exposure for your business. USA Radio Network will offer your business the best return on investment. We have packages designed to fit any budget. Call today 256-794-8223.
Purchasing a home can sometimes be overwhelming. Instead, it should be an exciting time for you and your family. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten with Century 21 Lake Area Realty. I want to help you find the home or property that perfectly fits your needs. With over 15 years of experience in real estate, I am proud to serve the Lake Martin and surrounding areas. Call or text me today, 256-596-0566, or find me on the web at angelavanhouten.com, and let me help you find the home you've always dreamed of.
At Russell Do-It Center stores, you'll find a complete assortment of lumber, building materials, hardware, electrical and plumbing supplies, paint, tools, and lawn and garden merchandise. Russell Do-It Center stores deliver first-class service, top-rated products, and competitive
That's the only time we get on the
pricing.
air.
Russell Do-It Center also offers free estimates, free local delivery, and price match promise. Check us out at www.russelldoitcenter.com or visit one of our 9 locations in Central Alabama.
Welcome back, everyone. Andy Graham, Brett Pritchard, and Anthony Turling here with you. We're going to go straight back to the phone line, hopefully, and pick up
Catherine. And
work.
you know, it's interesting. You just bring that question up. We just talked to some people with Charter about an hour ago, and so we got some information on that, and they're telling me that an announcement could come as soon as the end of this week, that it's very close, and that Charter will be getting it, and they're just ironing out the details.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I just needed to know that. Appreciate your call.
We really appreciate your call, too, and we'll take your calls out there, I promise. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. David, if you're out there somewhere, give us a call back. I know you've tried 3 times now, so we'd love to hear from you. But Charter, and I'm not going to throw any names out there, but we have talked to some reps for Charter, and they had a meeting today, actually, and some of the top corporate guys came out of that meeting and said yes, they're very, very close to inking this deal.
I was reading an article the other day on Sports Business Journal, and they were talking about how the SEC is going to narrowly escape the issue of not having all providers carry this. I'm one of those. I was on Knology or WOW, as you may know it, and I was afraid that I'd be having a swap. But after reading this article, they are telling everyone that just hang tight, like Brett was just saying about Charter, they'll get it.
Let's go to the phone lines again. Michael in Auburn, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys, I was just going to ask, as far as future opponents, are y'all hearing anything, or do y'all know of anything? And if not, who would y'all like to see Auburn maybe? And then as far as, the kickoff classics, Penn State was interested in Ohio State, possibly with Urban Meyer and Franklin coming from Vanderbilt. That may be some quality, kickoff type things. But as far as home and home, I'd heard Texas rumored.
Michael, I had actually heard the Ohio State talk and a little bit about Penn State, but had not heard the home and home with Texas, but I wouldn't be surprised. Auburn's had a little history in the past with Texas in the 80s and the early 90s, going out to Austin and then coming to Auburn on a couple of occasions. So I wouldn't be shocked for Jay Jacobs to go after that. And he said that there's some pretty big news coming down the pipe soon about some of those home and homes and some of those out-of-conference games. But, you know, we don't play a lot of Big Ten teams. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing Auburn play a Michigan State or an Ohio State or a Penn State, which, you know, Auburn's played in a bowl game a couple of times.
I would love to take a – Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'd love to see some of those matchups. And, I mean, just with Franklin, I know that he likes to recruit down south, and that's why I was hearing that name, that they were possibly also looking for like a home and home, you know, and also the kickoff just because he wants to play a game. I'm hearing a lot of talk, you know, I've heard it for a while about Bristol, you know, the Speedway opening up for Tennessee and Virginia Tech, and then after, you know, they kick it off, that's going to be another kickoff option is in the, you know, the Bristol.
Hey, Michael, this is Anthony. I've heard that too, but from your opinion, I know what mine is, but I wanted to ask you, do you like the neutral site games versus having, like, would you rather go to Atlanta to watch Texas, or would you rather have Texas come to our house?
I mean, I personally like the home and home. I was in the band at Auburn, and so I actually got to go to the USC game when we played the Trojans a couple of years back, and that was, you know, pretty interesting for, you know, my senior year, like a away game, you know, to go out there and visit. We actually played. It was a Monday night game. They actually did like a Monday night, tried to do it as a kickoff. So we actually left, I think, on a Friday. We got to spend the whole weekend and do it. I like that better. I mean, if you ask some of the Georgia and Florida guys, you know, they're used to playing that neutral site rivalry game. It doesn't bother them as much. But for me, I personally like the home and home. But the record that Auburn has, which I'm sure y'all are aware of with the non-conference away games, which we hadn't won it since '97, that kind of worries me. I'm kind of hoping we break that trend this year against Kansas State.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that. Michael, we appreciate your call, okay, buddy? Thanks so much. Let's go back to the phone lines. John in Millbrook, you're on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you?
Good, John.
Good. Listen up. Since y'all been talking about some of the places that Auburn could perhaps play, I have always wanted us to play one of the academies. And I know there's been a little history there, but I always thought it would kind of be cool. And I know they're not powerhouses like some of the others, but it's kind of a nostalgic thing. Certainly the history, the tradition is there with Army and Navy and maybe even Air Force. And we're close by to a big Air Force base, too, which would lead to a lot of, I guess, attention from that standpoint anyway. What do you guys think about that?
Well, you know, Auburn played Army in a bowl game there in 1996, I believe.
Yes, 96.
Yeah, it was one of the interesting games, and one of the interesting facets of that game, Auburn took a big lead, and a wishbone team, Army, had to throw the ball and did it so successfully to come back to miss a field goal to let Auburn win that bowl game. To be honest with you, I don't want any part of Navy. It's just that triple option that they run. It'd be like playing Georgia Tech. I wouldn't mind playing Air Force, even though it is the same type of offense. They don't do quite as well. I don't know. They just don't seem quite as tough as Navy. But that is a very interesting suggestion. I've never heard that before.
Well, I don't know. I love one of the reasons, I guess, I try to make it a point every year to watch Army-Navy. I think it's one of the best football games, one of the best sporting events, because of all the stories and things that are surrounding it. And you can't, have any animosity toward either one of them, actually. I mean, I don't think you can anyway, unless you're with one academy or the other. But you have to be patriotic. And just some of the stories with some of the young people that play in that game are just fascinating. And I would just like to see Auburn be a part of that. And I think it would be an interesting week of preparation and looking at the other side, and it would be a fun game to play, no matter which one of them we did play.
John, that's a good point, and I'm going to tell you something. With all these different out-of-conference schedule games that you're going to have to schedule now with the way the playoff system is, there's a lot of new possibilities on the horizon. We appreciate your call, John. Thanks so much. Let's go back to the phones. Shadow, you're on Sports Call.
Thank you for taking my call. Am I on?
Yeah, you're here, Shadow. Thanks for calling, buddy.
Yeah. I mean, I've said a few things about some of the games that we have, and I called in last week specifically asking and begging our athletic director to ease up a little bit. But no, Auburn, let me say now, right now, I believe we've got the number two schedule strength in the country. And what are we doing? We're trying to make it harder. Okay? So at some point, I mean, even though commentators out there have said on TV already this year, well, I pick Auburn a lot higher, but, they've lost their freaking mind down there, and they're scheduling the absolute hardest schedule that they ever could have, when the only way it looked like to me that Auburn could make it easier on themselves is to schedule a somewhat sane schedule as far as our non-conference. No, we've got to make that impossible too. I don't know what's going on down there, but one of these days, Auburn's going to look back and wish maybe that they hadn't scheduled. I love these games too, but realistically, come on, Auburn, ease up a little bit. That's my comment for the day. I don't appreciate this kind of a schedule strength from, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Thank you.
We appreciate your call, Shadow. This is Anthony. I wanted to see about, the thing is you got a happy medium here. If you start at stadium, those that go to games, you see the empty seats, a lot of empty seats up in the corners of the upper deck. And if we all want to see Jordan Hare updated, whether it's an expansion or just doing aesthetics, whether it's brickwork or what, but if you do not bring good showing to it, and I'm one of these, I'll go to a game, but if it's not high talent, I don't know if there's going to be the average fan to come, and that's where all the money is generated, so we can build on what we have.
Well, I just think the day and age of expanding stadiums. I know LSU's going through it, Texas A&M, but with the new regulations and the way the TV contracts are and all, I don't see people expanding stadiums any longer because of all the contracts with the TV deals and all that. So, Andy, I know we're up against a break. We got another caller, but Terry, if you'll hang on with us, got to get to that break. We come back, we'll get your call.
1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally 334-887-3401. More Sports Call to come, presented by Auburn Urgent Care.
This segment of Sports Call is brought to you by Carl Gregory, Auburn, Opelika, and Columbus. Looking for a new Jeep, Ram, Dodge, or Chrysler model or a certified pre-owned vehicle? You're in luck. Visit your locally owned dealer for great prices on every make and model. Carl Gregory, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. 2 giant locations, Victory Drive or the North Lake Auto Complex in Columbus.
Tiger Iron Gym values the hard work and sacrifice of those protecting our freedom 365 days a year. The men and women of the armed forces, police, fire, and EMTs. Tiger Iron Gym says thank you with a special offer just for military and service members.
Sign up today for only $15 for the month of July.
Heroes never take a day off, and neither does Tiger Iron Gym. Open 24/7, 365 days a year. Right next to the Big Blue Bookstore on South College Street. Tiger Iron Gym, your hometown gym.
Stop by your local TK's convenience store where Resource Natural Spring Water 700 milliliter bottles are buy one, get one free. Resource is a 100% natural spring water with naturally occurring electrolytes for taste. It's good for you and mindful of the environment thanks to a bottle made with 50% recycled plastic. So visit your local TK's convenience store to refresh, revitalize, and replenish with a special buy one, get one free offer on Resource Spring Water. Offer valid 5/1 through 6/30/2014. Excludes label and cap. Recycling facility.
Don't waste hours and hours standing in the world's slowest line way on the other side of town. Multitask. Big Blue's collection of Auburn merchandise.
post office to Shell. Go Big Blue. The Big Blue Bookstore. Winn-Dixie Shopping Center on South College.
Go with Graceland Portable Buildings for storage facilities and the highest quality hunting and fishing. But they offer the strongest warranties in the business. Buy outright or lease to own, there is no credit check required, and Graceland will deliver and set up your new building for free. Look for the G and visit Graceland Portable Buildings on South College in Auburn, or go to GracelandPortableBuildings.com.
It's Fueling Happy Hour all day, every day at TK's West Pace on Shell Toomer Parkway and TK's on West Longleaf Drive. Come by either TK's location for a fill-up and get a free fountain drink. That's right, come by TK's next to the West Pace Auto Mall on Shell Toomer Parkway or TK's on West Longleaf Drive anytime. Fill up on high-quality Chevron gasoline and quench your thirst with a free fountain drink. It's always Happy Hour at TK's, Shell Toomer Parkway, and West Longleaf stores only.
Gotta get the Gills Auto Sales. We can finance you. Got to get the Gills. Then asking for lowdowns. Now I'm here to say Gills Phoenix City Walmart has them on the way. Everything on the lot is $4.99 down. Gills price and selection is the best around. That low down payment gets you on your way. $4.99 down. You'll be riding today. Gotta get the Gills Auto Sales. We can finance you. Got to get the Gills. Selection and price. Got to get the Gills. Gotta get the Gills.
Wanted personal assistant for small business and some school projects. Must be an expert graphic designer, well-versed in strategic marketing, able to quickly and accurately print everything from business cards and brochures to flyers and signs. With Allegra Printing, you don't need an assistant to get it done. They've got you covered. In-house designers, state-of-the-art all-digital printing equipment, and an on-time can-do attitude. Allegra Printing, your personal assistant. University Crossing Shopping Center behind McAllister's Deli in Auburn. Visit allegra-auburnal.com or call 887-3180.
Auburn Links is proud to honor the people who keep us safe, the men and women of the military, and the police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County. To show their thanks, Auburn Links is offering you special discounts. Just show your ID, and you'll get 18 holes of the best golf around for just $25 anytime. That's right, members of the military, along with police, fire, and EMTs of Lee County, 18 holes for just $25. Auburn Links wants to thank you for what you do with a great round of golf. Auburn Links, off exit 51. Call 887-5151.
Welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Sports Call, brought to you by Always Money. Andy Graham, Brett Pritchard, and Anthony Turling here with you for just two more segments. Be sure to get your calls in. The phone lines are lighting up like a Christmas tree today. We'll go straight back to it.
Yeah, let's go back to the phone lines. Terry in Montgomery on Sports Call.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you, Terry.
In response to Shadow, I had already called, and you hit basically on what I was going to say, but I'm gonna try to condense it a little bit. As you said, you need people in those stands. If you don't think the noise level helps the home team, you got another thing coming. And I'm already in Montgomery seeing in the bulletin board, people got all the tickets for sale, and that just gripes me. And not only that, they got got faculty tickets for sale. Pretty soon you're not going to have anybody showing up at the games. And face it, it's a money issue, and it's also a morale issue. And as far as playing a weaker schedule, I played sports. I was never great, but I held my own, and I was competitive. I had rather play the best and come off that field a winner than be questioning in my heart, did we just run over somebody? And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Terry, we appreciate your call, and I think a lot of people, you get a little bit more spunk in your step when you head into Jordan-Hare and there's a big team that you know you're playing rather than somebody that you know you're favored by 4 touchdowns over. So let's get back to the phone line. Shadow, you're back with us.
Yeah, I would like to ask y'all, which one of y'all, and I want to talk about this for just a second, but which one of you indicated, well, you don't want to ease up on your schedule?
That would be me, Anthony.
Well, Anthony, we play these games so that the teams that play these games can accomplish winning their division and championships, correct?
You're right.
Well, this is the same thing as the good guys shooting the good guys. I mean, they're already sitting at number one in the country as far as schedule strength. I don't think any Auburn fan out there thinks that Auburn plays a weak schedule. But do you understand the need to balance out a schedule and not have every single week the need to play the super teams in college football? I mean, people that are in the know saying you can't get up for more than 3 or 4 games a year, and we're loading up the SEC schedule plus the non-conference schedule with top teams in the whole country. I mean, what do we realistically want to expect when we schedule the absolute hardest schedule that we can possibly get? I mean, are you calling out Auburn because they don't play a schedule that's strong?
No, I mean, the thing is, Shadow, is you can't count the SEC games. I mean, you know that, and how the schedule falls and how it each year we get the cards we're dealt. But if you look at San Jose State, that's not a world beater. Louisiana Tech, yeah, they're all right, but they're not world beater either. Sanford, definitely not. But, I mean, I get what you're saying on Kansas State. I truly do. And I am agreeing with you on the neutral site games. I am not a big proponent. I love going to Atlanta and getting the opportunity to go to see Cowboy Stadium and all that. But I agree with you on that, not scheduling really extremely hard teams there. But getting teams to Jordan-Hare Stadium that are top-notch, like a home and home, is a priority in my opinion.
Well, I would agree with that. But, the only thing that we have control over, I guess, is our non-conference schedule. And it's almost like we're taking the attitude, well, we hadn't chopped our head completely off yet. Why don't we just finish ourselves off? I mean, how many of the people that are going to go to these games, even with the best coach that I've ever seen in my life, I wanted Gus Malzahn at Auburn, but how many people are absolutely going to go to those games when you're looking at a team that's going to be 8-4, 7-5, or whatever? Why? Not because we don't have a challenging schedule. It's just that we can't get up every single week of the football season and realistically being expected every week to compete against a monstrous schedule. If you want to complain about our schedule, anybody out there, take a look at Alabama sitting at number 100, or most of the SEC teams that don't play these kind of tough schedules, and they're laughing when they see us and LSU and Tennessee year after year after year have to play schedules that are rated 20 and 30 points higher than Alabama, and we're talking about the weakness of our schedule. Well, somebody out there don't get it, and we got to get our sanity back as far as the schedule.
Well, thank you, Shadow. When you look at the Auburn schedule, it's definitely not the non-conference games that made Auburn's schedule one of the top 3 in the country. It's the SEC gauntlet that we have to go through, and what Texas A&M was last year and the year before, what Georgia is, what Alabama is, Mississippi State and LSU, and, of course, you draw South Carolina out of the East. It's just a bad draw this year SEC-wise. The only tough non-conference game Auburn has is on the road against Kansas State on a Thursday night. This is a particularly rough year because of the way it fell SEC-wise. What Auburn's going to try to do is what a lot of teams are doing. They'll get one tough non-conference opponent, and they're having to do that now because of the new playoff system, because you're not going to get credit for playing cream puffs, and I'm just going to put it bluntly like that. You're not going to get credit with that committee when other teams have played tougher non-conference games than you have, and that's what teams are beefing up for. And I know this is coming out of Nick Saban, and Nick Saban was all for, playing every game tough, doing what the fans wanted to do, and it's all about the fans. I don't totally agree with that. I'm with you, Shadow, a little bit on you got to have some balance, but it's not Auburn's non-conference schedule that's making this one number 3 in the country.
I agree, and I agree with the balance. But if you look at Alabama, West Virginia, and I know I need some Alabama help here as far as when they exactly schedule that, but I'm thinking that Geno Smith, one of those guys, was there. West Virginia was a much better team when they scheduled them, and West Virginia now is going to be on the lower half of the conference. So, I mean, you have to always look at how the programs are. It's like when we scheduled USC. I mean, the first year we played them, wow, we know who they had on the team. Then the next year we knew who the quarterback was, but they weren't as talented. So it's kind of how it falls in the year. So I agree with half of it, but, the biggest thing is sometimes we play in the hardest conference in the country, and if we get dealt the hard schedule, hey, we've all been complaining about how Alabama doesn't pick up these games that rotate each year. Hey, I know I've been one of those complaining, but there'll be their day when they get the hard schedule dealt for them on the SEC side.
And look, Kansas State, this game this year is a fulfillment of a home and home that we signed with Kansas State back in 2007.
That's right.
So, this is just, it kind of fell that year. We didn't know we were going to play for the national championship last year and hopefully have a national championship team this year. But here's the bottom line. It's not an option. Beginning next year, you're going to have to schedule at least one team from a major conference. Look, Kansas State is not a great team. They're a good team. But, I mean, you're going to have to schedule an NC State. Is that too hard? I mean, people are talking about who they would like to see Auburn play. You never really know down the line how great these teams are going to be. They may be having an off year. They may lose a quarterback. They may lose whatever. So you may think you're signing a great team and you play a good team. You may sign a good team and end up playing a great team.
Look at Central Florida. I mean, if you scheduled them and played them 2-3 years ago, you're good. Now you play them last year and this year, you better watch out. I mean, and the thing is I've been there as a fan, and I was going to ask Shadow this before we got off, but I won't. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a chance. But if you're sitting there as a fan and you're sitting at your house with a nice AC, there's a bunch of HD games on that you can watch, and we're playing like Brett said, a cream puff. Are you going to make the trek up to Auburn, whether it's 5 minutes like it is for me, or are you going to make the 2-hour drive for some? And I guarantee you, with the cost of tickets not going down, Jay Jacobs will not devalue a ticket, and by I mean that, we all know, reduce the price. They're going to go up.
Yeah, and I want to remember, kind of go back and again, I know this is a new year, and Kansas State finished 8-5 last year, 5-4 in the Big 12. Do you remember how they opened up on Friday night last year?
Losing
to who? North Dakota State, 24-21 on their home field. Now, granted, North Dakota State, if I remember correctly, went on and won the Division II national championship, so they weren't, again, something to sneeze at, but they should be in the realm of playing a Big 12 team, an SEC team. So, look, it will be tough for Auburn to go out. Kansas State will be up for that game. It'll be at their place on Thursday. But, again, it's not a team like a Florida State right now or a Michigan State that you got bringing in. I mean, it's a very winnable game on the road on a Thursday night that'll look really good if you win it. And I think Auburn will definitely be favored in that game if things go the right way the first few games of the year.
Well, yeah, maybe that should be our question of the day. We'll just add that to it. Would you rather see Auburn play a lower level power conference team, which we got to schedule, or an upper level power conference team?
Well, we better be glad that Arkansas went into the Arkansas of old, and we opened it up with a team that's a 9 or 10 potential win team. I mean, you're looking at an Arkansas team that might win 3 games this year, and so they might be on the same level as a North Dakota State. So not that they can't come in and beat you, but they're not the Arkansas of old.
I just don't want to be the South Carolinas of the SEC that constantly get just berated with comments about how their schedule stacks up. And we know what Spurrier's excuse is he wants to give the in-state teams, give them some chances. But I don't want to think that way, and I don't want to play those type of teams because I know what it takes to get my butt in the stadium, and I only live 5 minutes away from it. But I can imagine for somebody that's coming 2 hours away from Huntsville or even Tennessee, I can't imagine.
Give us a call. Let us know what you think. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free, or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll be back with one final segment on today's Sports Call right after this.
Ever wondered what LMG can do for you? The possibilities are endless.
LMG offers custom apparel and promotional products, any type of signage and vehicle wraps, web design and internet marketing, video production, paper products, and more. Visit us online at leemarketing.net. 3 locations to best serve you: Madison Street in Alexander City, Highway 280 in Dadeville, and Frederick Road in Auburn. LMG, success by design.
Auburn Urgent Care, located on South College in Auburn and on Enterprise Drive at Opelika near Tigertown, offers convenient solutions to your health care and occupational medicine needs. We offer workman's compensation injury care, and we have a certified DOT medical examiner on staff. It's not about speed. It's about the quality of care. We're open 7 days a week, 7:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on weekends in Auburn, and 8:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday in Opelika. Walk-ins are welcome. Auburn Urgent Care. 334-821-3221 in Auburn, or 334-749-9191 in Opelika. Visit us online at auburnurgentcare.com. Proud of our past, confident in our future. And for your primary health care needs, visit Family Health Clinic at 1456 Opelika Road in Auburn. 334-826-8951. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfit, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
When you're looking for the best chicken fingers and wings in town, nothing else will hit the spot better than JR's Sports Bar and Grill. JR's has everything you need to curb a big appetite, and they have all-you-can-eat chicken fingers on Monday night and all-you-can-eat wings on Tuesday night. Any child wearing their City League uniform eats for $1.99 on the kids menu. Check out our Facebook page daily for our dine-in special. Visit us at 145 Alabama Street in Alex City.
Little Cheaper says it's the summer sale you've been waiting for. It's the summer clearance event at Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Columbus. New Ram truck, Chargers, Darts, Journeys, 200s, Grand Caravans, Wranglers, Cherokees, Grand Cherokees, and many more have been drastically discounted for this annual event. Got new 2014 Ram 1500 starting at just $21,488, or a new 2014 Dodge Avenger for only $14,990. Even get a new 2014 Jeep Wrangler for just $24,995. Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Columbus even has the all-new 2015 Chrysler 200 in stock. 0% financing available. 0 payments for 90 days. Want more? Bring us your trade, and Carl Gregory will try to pay you top dollar for it. You might even be able to get more than you ever thought possible for your trade. Don't miss the annual summer clearance event going on now at your locally owned dealer. Carl Gregory Chrysler Dodge Jeep Rams, 2 giant locations. Victory Drive and the North Lake Auto Complex. Prices under all applicable rebates. All prices exclude tax, tag, title, and other law fees. Interest, if any, accrues from date of purchase on approved credit. Not available on internet prices.
Looking for the most comprehensive sports show in Alabama? Catch Sports Blitz Live from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Tuesday night. Join Brett Pritchard, Randy Lee, and Luke Robinson as they discuss the latest in high school, collegiate, and nationwide athletics. Tune in to FM Talk 95.9, watch live on ACN Charter Channel 80, or catch the live stream at sportsblitzlive.com. That's sports with a Z. That's Sports Blitz Live, Tuesday, 7 to 9 p.m.
Welcome back, everyone. Andy Graham and Anthony Turling taking you home for one final segment of today's Sports Call, brought to you by Auburn Urgent Care. We'll go straight back to the phone line.
We got Butch. How you doing, Butch?
Doing good. Hey, I heard y'all say that
when they scheduled West Virginia, they didn't know how good they were. Geno Smith, no, they were 7-6, 4-5 in the conference, and were losing a lot of people. There was no doubt that this team wasn't going to be any good. Look, when you schedule these games for these kickoff classics, you don't schedule them 4 years down the road. You schedule them about a year and a half out. And as far as the schedule turning around, look, there might be somebody who actually believes that, but forever and a day through 92, Auburn played Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, Alabama every year. The team in Northwest Alabama played LSU, Tennessee, Auburn, and Vandy. Do you really and truly think that was just a coincidence? Hopefully not.
Well, thank you for the call, Butch. Yeah, look, I mean, the way the SEC is set up now, I think it kind of you have to balance it in some way. Auburn playing, Georgia every year, that's their permanent. Alabama playing Tennessee, LSU and Florida. You almost have to have the Mississippi State, the Ole Misses playing the lower end schools, and that's fine. I think that just how it has to work out. As far as the non-conference schedule, what we're talking about, the SEC is what it is, and it's going to be what it's going to be. It's not going to get any better. You're seeing the Ole Misses of the world, the Mississippi States of the world, getting better, not worse. Does that mean Tennessee is ever going to be any better? I'm not sure. They've been bad for almost a decade. So Alabama, I don't fault them for Tennessee being bad and that being part of their schedule. But as far as them scheduling West Virginia, they probably did know that was going to be a down year for West Virginia. But and I'm not sure. You look at Dana Holgorsen, you look at him moving forward. I'm not sure you put a lot of faith in his coaching ability as well.
What's great about this is all our opinion, and we have that right. And the thing is it is a head scratcher, Butch. I do agree with that. I'm not into conspiracy theories or anything like that. I'm not saying that you were trying to drum one up, but it is a head scratcher of and I kind of alluded to it when I was talking about how the SEC schedule shakes out each year, and how they rotate the schools. And I agree with you. I do. But I'm not going to point fingers and say, it's up in the SEC offices of somebody's doing that on purpose. I've thought that a time or two being an Auburn fan, but I try to stay away from the conspiracy theories, but, I agree. And I think their time is going to come, but, hey, I may be wrong.
Well, yeah, one final segment here just to end the show today. We don't talk a lot about baseball. I do love baseball. Anthony, you said you're a big fan. And, to be honest with you, this is full disclosure. I hate the Yankees. I love the Braves, and I hate the Yankees. I mean, I hate them. I put them in the same class as I do Alabama. I just have absolutely no love for them. But it's taken me 20 years, but I can't help but like Derek Jeter.
But, man, they like Derek Jeter. They have had some players that you cannot hate. I mean,
Mariano Rivera and Jeter, those are the only
hard to hate guys. And I know you're going to hear me on this show say I'm a Pittsburgh fan through and through. I know I probably 2-3 years ago had nothing to talk about with the Pirates. And so I really don't, Yankees have never come across in my lifetime as far as, with the Pirates. But here again, the Pirates just really have been good in the last couple of years. So I have nothing really to talk about when it comes to my team in baseball. Most people around this area are Braves fans. I try to keep up with that. But I'll be honest, being from Montgomery, living in Auburn, I crave nothing but Pirates baseball. So, that is a little different. Most of the time you don't hear people talking about Pirates baseball around here.
That's true. I've always liked the Pirates. You think about it, in our lifetime, I'm not sure how old you are, Anthony, but we've seen something pretty historic. We've been able to watch the number 3, 4, and 5 winningest managers in the history of baseball. We're getting to see the career of Derek Jeter unfold. He just had his 3,420th hit. Now, that puts him – this is the company now that Derek Jeter keeps, okay? Just put this in perspective, okay? Number 1 in the all-time hits list, Pete Rose, followed by Ty Cobb, Hank Aaron, Stan Musial, Tris Speaker, Cap Anson, Derek Jeter. He just passes. He's tied with Honus Wagner. He passes Carl Yastrzemski and Paul Molitor. those are the names that are in his neighborhood now. When you start to think about the grand scope of that, it's pretty incredible.
If I'm Derek Jeter, I'm saying what Drew Brees just said. I'm going to try to play 10 more years. We were just talking about that on break, trying to do the math, how much he would have to hit in a year to eclipse Pete Rose. I mean, Derek Jeter's already in a class of his own. We know that. And if you look at this list, now some of these guys played, pretty far back, and we have no clue of knowing, but clean. Did it clean. We all know Derek Jeter is one of the classiest acts of Major League Baseball. And if anybody has not seen the commercial that was put out, please go check it out. It was based around the Jordan brand, and you've arrived when they are using Jordan brand to respect Derek Jeter. Very powerful commercial. Basically, it starts out as Derek Jeter coming to the plate, Boston Red Sox pitcher Lester up, gives him the nod of the cap, basically Derek Jeter-esque, and it goes on, and the last person that gave the head nod, Michael Jordan. So if that ain't respect, I don't know what is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he is the Yankees. I mean, you look at him and the way his career's played out, the way he's handled himself. He kind of fits in that whole line of Yankee greats. I mean, they all like. Somebody said the other day, Derek Jeter's been partying for 20 years, but he does it in a respectful way. He's not out there in the pictures and everything.
Johnny Manziel.
Absolutely. Well, that's going to do it for us today on this edition of Sports Call, brought to you by Always Money and Auburn Urgent Care. We appreciate so much all of our callers and all of you out there that were listening. For Brett Pritchard, for Anthony Turling, my name is Andy Graham saying so long for now. We'll talk again soon.
And the business. We provide signs of all types, screen printing and embroidery, promotional products, web design, audio and video production, and much more. LMG has 3 locations to serve you. Dadeville and the Auburn-Opelika area. Call us at 888-533-6758.
It's always something. Your car needs a new tire, tuition is due. It's down to the wire. Cheerleading outfits, soccer shoes, football pads, or annual dues. Nellie's in band. She needs a trombone. Good golly Molly, you need a loan. Jimmy broke his arm. He needs a cast. You need money, and you need it fast. When life comes at you, Always Money can help you through. It's easy, convenient, friendly, and fast. You'll get the cash you need the day you need it. So stop by or visit alwaysmoney.com. How much can we loan you today? Borrowers often use payday loans over a period of months, which can be expensive.
All right, guys, bring it in. Listen up. I want to talk about it last night. Yes, sir. Maybe you had your friends over, huh? Cracked open some icy cold Budweisers. And maybe